the Honorable Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Salengke, MSc. Also, welcome to all the invited speakers. Dr. Tony Liwang from Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency in Indonesia. Professor Siti Kusujiarti from Warren Wilson College in USA. Professor Bunyamin Taran from University of Saskatchewan, Canada. Professor Sixtus Gusli from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. Dr. Tong Nguyen Hui from the University of Southern Queensland, Australia. Dr. Didier Lizer from International Center for Tropical Agriculture in France. Dr. Anwar Syed Harizvi from Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service in USA. Professor Hasil Sembiring from International Rice Research Institute in Indonesia, and Dr. Inamullah Khan from the University of Agriculture in Pakistan. And last but not least, welcome to all of you, to the presenter and participants of today's conference. Thank you for joining us. We are very delighted to have you in our conference today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is inspired by the situation where the eastern region of Indonesia is the home of the tropical biodiversity, which becomes not only national, but also global invaluable legacy. Sustainable biodiversity management through One Health, people, plant and planet approach and sustainable development goals remains become a challenge, especially since the fast change in environment driven by the increase of global food and fiber production, processing, distribution and consumption creates multiplier effect in the environment and community. Beyond these circumstances, problematic issues mentioned above must be soon addressed through smart and sustainable technology innovation in agriculture sector. In line with this, Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University tries to find a solution through bringing together the digital agricultural research innovation, which will result in a profitable and resilient agriculture and food sector. In hoping, this conference will provide a network opportunities among research institutions, universities, government, and industries in local and/or international levels. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our agenda today, we would like to request all of you to rise and singing the national anthem of Republik Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please be rise. Thank you very much, and you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure our conference today will run smoothly, let us pray to the Almighty God. We invite Rio Akbar Rahmatullah SP to guide the prayer for us.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start this event, let us bow our heads for a moment and pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and for those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala nabiyyina Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful, today we gather here to bring about the 4th International Conference of Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics, with the theme Smallholder Scale Smart Agriculture, a solution towards global efforts to reduce environmental footprint and to create resilient food security. Bless us as we begin this event. Make this international conference as an event that you are pleased with and worthy of worship in your sight. O Allah, bestow upon us useful knowledge as our provision in living our life towards happiness in this world and the hereafter, and grant us the strength and patience to be able to practice and disseminate the knowledge that you have bestowed upon us through this conference. Please bestow upon us health, strength, sincerity, intelligence, and wisdom while participating in this event. O Allah, the most forgiving, please forgive our sins, the sins of our parents, our lecturers, and our leaders. Give us the knowledge and strength to do good things and avoid bad things, and enlighten our hearts with the light of your guidance, as you have enlightened the hearts of your righteous servants. O Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rio, for guiding us in the opening prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda is the conference report. With honor, we would like to welcome the chair of the 4th International Conference of Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics to deliver the event report. We cordially invite Mr. Muhammad Junaid, SPMP PhD, to deliver his report.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and God's mercy and blessings. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful, all the praises and the thanks be to Allah, the Lord of mankind, jinns, and all of that exist. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the Excellency Rector of Hasanuddin University, the Excellency Dean of Faculty of Agriculture and his supporting staffs, the Excellency invited speakers, all participants and attendees in the webinar. On behalf of the committee for International Conference 2023, please allow me to report ongoing conference activities. Before, we appreciate to all of you and our willingness to becoming conference success. Generally speaking, in the past conference, the threat of pandemic COVID-19 becoming the primary concern, as killing many people. Therefore, the conference was held via online to eliminate the potential risk of pandemic aftermath. Although the pandemic is over, however, the conference through webinar is still reliable. Today, in fact of unforeseen conflict of Russia-Ukraine makes worse the global food security and energy crisis, certainly pose non-domino effect of the national environment, community, and biodiversity. At this time, this conference is a very special matter as number of participants confirm to register more enthusiastic than in the past. Most importantly, that the proceeding publication license prior to the conference beginning was earlier granted. These proceedings present selected papers submitted to the conference by academics, researchers from university and research institutes. All papers subject to rigorous procedure by conference committee member to ensure the compliance to meet the required standard for qualified scientific publication. In addition, as an international conference standard, invited reputable resource persons across Southeast Asia and Pacific, European countries, North Americas are important. Here, 9 honorable speakers are having willingness to succeed the conference today. Dr. Tony Liwang, representative of Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency, Indonesia. Professor Siti Kusujiyarti, representative of Warren Wilson College, United States of America. Professor Bunyamin Taran, representative of University of Saskatchewan, Canada. Professor Sixtus Gusli, Hasanuddin University, Makassar, Indonesia. Dr. Tong Wing Hoi, representative of the University of Southern Queensland, Australia. Dr. Didi Lesia, representative of Centre de Coopération International Research, Agronomic for the Development, CREAD, France. Dr. Anwar Seha Rizvi, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services, United States of America. Professor Hasan Sembiring, representative of International Rice Research Institute, Indonesia. And last, Dr. Inamullah Khan, the University of Agriculture, Pakistan. In the conference, we consider, after tight discussion of course, 7 main scope, namely agriculture adaptation to environment changes, industrial scale agriculture, biodiversity, soil health and agriculture practices, integrated pest disease management, agriculture engineering, crop production system, and plant breeding and biotechnology. Today, two law abstract for full paper success accepted to be further proceed in the conference are 268 manuscripts out of the total 304 manuscripts coming from Hasanuddin University, Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Aquaculture and Forestry, and University from Japan. And the other manuscripts are coming from United States, Canada, France, Australia, Netherlands, Taiwan, Vietnam, Pakistan, and so on. We regret to announce that number of manuscripts which do not meet requirement are 36 manuscripts. Nevertheless, we do hope this can be accepted in the upcoming event. Last but not least, we would like to appreciate to all our outdoors contributors, the conference committee for hard work, honorable resource person, attendees, sponsor, make this conference happen today. We do appreciate to Rector of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Jamaluddin Jopa, for his willingness to attend the conference. And here, we would also like to kindly invite the Rector for opening remarks of the conference very soon. We would finally like to thanks to Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Salenke, for his endless support of the great event smoothly, and kindly invite also to deliver welcome remarks to the conference and attendees. We believe our conference platform, Smart Sustainable Technology Innovation from Smallholder Scale Agriculture Precision, truly brings a significant solution toward global efforts to reduce environmental footprint, and to create resilient food security. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you, and God mercy and blessing. Thank you.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear together welcoming speech by the Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Hasanuddin University. With honor, we invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Salengke MSc to deliver your speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speaker, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this international conference. It is a great honor to have you all here with us today, representing many different areas of expertise. Over the next 2 days, we will have the opportunity to engage in stimulating discussion, share innovative ideas, and explore new avenues for research. As we come together from different backgrounds, let us embrace the diversity of ideas and perspectives that each of us bring to this forum. This conference offers us a unique opportunity to collaborate and learn from one another, and to make connections that will enhance our collective knowledge and understanding of the food security issues that we face. Together, we can identify new solutions, develop best practices, and make important contributions to the field of agriculture and food security. In our rapidly changing world, the importance of collaboration and cross-disciplinary research has never been more critical. The challenges that we face are complex and multifaceted and require creative and innovative approaches to solving them. This conference provides a platform for us to engage in this kind of collaboration and dialogue that can lead us to a breakthrough in our respective field. As we embark to this journey together, we encourage all of us to be open-minded, curious, and engaged. Let us listen to one another, challenge each other's ideas, and be willing to consider new perspectives. I encourage you all to take this advantage of this platform to share your experiences, best practices, and insight. Let us approach this session with a spirit of inquiry and a willingness to learn, and let's engage in constructive dialogue and contribute to a better future for our planet. I would like to take this moment to thank the organizing committee whose tireless efforts and dedication have made this event possible. The commitment to creating an environment that promotes learning, collaboration, and innovation is truly commendable. And we owe them a debt of gratitude for their hard work. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for being here today. Your presence and participation are essential to the success of this conference. Hope that you will find this experience enriching and rewarding, and that you will leave this conference with new insights, new connections, and a renewed sense of purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the Honorable Dean, Professor Salengke, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda is opening remark from Rector of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Jamaluddin Jompa, MSc. We also request you to officially open today's 4th International Conference of Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics. To Professor Jamaluddin Jompa, the screen is yours.
And pleasure to welcome to all of these participants to this international conference. As usual, this conference is hopefully becoming very challenging and fruitful because we will bring all the academia and researchers, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and all other stakeholders to discuss these very challenging issues. And of course, we also have opportunity to achieve together, especially in the issue of food security and sustainable agriculture. Unhas, as one of the biggest university in Indonesia and also one of the strongest agricultural program on research and education, we would like to invite all of you to explore the latest advancements and science and technology and innovations and policymakers, policy framework, and also best practices that can help us achieve all of these common goals to combat with the with the challenge that you mentioned. Warm welcome also and gratitude to distinguished speakers and all participants who will speak to us from various places across the globe. From the US, Canada, what time is there now? It's almost not midnight yet, but it's late afternoon, and also from France, Pakistan, Australia, and many other places from Indonesia. This gathering, of course, of the diverse expertise, minds, and also experience mark a milestone in the journey toward a more sustainable future. Your presentations will significantly enrich the quality of this conference, of course, and hopefully provide new research ideas and scientific information to all attendants and participants. Special thanks to all of you for making yourself available to talk at this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, food security is one of the most crucial and pressing issues facing humanity today. We all face this issue anywhere in the world, especially with the growing global population and rapidly changed climate. It is really essential to ensure that we have an access to enough food, safe, nutritious, and also affordable food. We must address this issue for our society to become more resilient and also sustainable. But remember, at the same time, we need to be more conscious that we must achieve this while also preserving our natural resources, safeguarding biodiversity, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and all other challenges, especially related to agricultural activities. The theme of this conference is very important, since it deals with all aspects of food production, from on-farm to off-farm, and from industry to households, especially
Thank you very much, Professor Jamal, for your opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, as the conference has officially opened, I would like to ask all of you to open up your camera and put on your best smile as we're having a photo session. As you're already put on your best smile, our operator will capture it for us, and I will count into 3 for the first screen. 1, 2, 3. Moving on to the next screen. Our operator will capture it for us. 1, 2, 3. Alright, moving on to the next screen. Put on your best smile, and our operator will capture it for us. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, we come to the end of this opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference on Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the invited speaker, which will be led by Dr. Ivayanti Ridwan Saleh, SPMP. But before that, let me introduce her briefly. Dr. Ivayanti Ridwan Saleh now serves as the Secretary of Quality Assurance Division in Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University. Her field of expertise is ecosociology. Both of her bachelor and master degree is in Hasanuddin University, and her doctoral degree PhD is University of Tasmania in Australia. Her experiences are the former head of Publication Division, Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, and head of Secretary of Board of Trustees, Hasanuddin University from 2017 to 2021, and Chief Editor of Journal Dinamika Pengabdian from 2015 and present. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the first session, Dr. Ivayanti Ridwan Saleh.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Bapak Rektor Hasanuddin University, and Your Excellency also the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University. And surely I would like to welcome all our distinguished speakers, either join in the Zoom room or with us here in the room offline. We have Dr. Tony Liwang and Dr. Anwar Rizvi here with us. And I think I saw Dr. Thong Nguyen Hui in room Zoom. Also, I would like to greet all my fellow lecturers, students, and all participants that join us here. I am very delightful that I was appointed to become a moderator for this excellent session for the International Conference of Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics. And this is for the 4th time that we are making this event. Okay, participants, before we get into our main session, I would like to inform you all that in the session, you can ask questions, using the chat room in the Zoom room and following a format audience name, speaker name, and question. So you have to point it, who's the speaker that you want to ask the questions in the chat room. And then attendance list will be shared using a Google form at the end of the session. Okay, I would like to start the session now by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and I hope all you enjoy the conference today. I think we here have Dr. Tony Liwang. Hello, Dr. Tony Liwang, good morning, how are you? Okay, now allow me to introduce Dr. Tony Liwang first before we getting into the talk. Dr. Tony Liwang is now in Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency Indonesia, and his field of expertise in palm oil industry and germination. He completed his bachelor degree and master degree both in Wageningen Agricultural University in Netherlands, and he attended and completed the PhD from the Management and Business from IPB University. Dr. Tony Liwang, from his work experiences, he was a founder. He's a founder of PT Smart Research Institute (TBK). And I think I mentioned before that he's in Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency and in PT Sinar Mas Agro Resources and Technology. He's in the Plant Production Biotechnology Division from 2015-2020. Okay, our distinguished speaker, Dr. Tony Liwang, we have 45 minutes for you, and you are going to present in 40 minutes, so we can have 5 minutes for discussion in a question and answer session. Okay, Dr. Tony Liwang, time is yours.
Good morning, thank you for a very good introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank for the organizing committee inviting me to join this valuable conference. And also I would like to congratulate the organization committee for this 4th international conference for food security and sustainable agriculture in the tropic. As I introduced to myself, I'm specialized in the palm oil and oil palm, especially for Indonesian sector. Let me start with my presentation. I would like to share with you some issue about the oil palm itself and palm oil in regards to the food security and sustainable agriculture. Next one. I would like to share about palm oil, a nexus of food security and sustainable agriculture in the tropic. The next one. My PowerPoint today, I would like to share with you the first one about from oil palm tree to palm oil, and the second, how palm oil can be a nexus of food security and sustainable agriculture. And the third one about how palm oil can fulfill the sustainable development goals. So let us start with from oil palm tree to palm oil. I do believe that some of you understand and know what oil palm is, but let me share more about that. So from the oil palm tree, we can harvest we call it fresh fruit palms, and whereby we can get the main product, we call it crude palm oil, or CPO, and palm kernel oil. But in the other side, we have a byproduct, we call it empty fruit bunch, the mesocarp fiber, the palm kernel meal expeller, and palm oil meal effluent. All of them we can make use for food, fuel, and also for the feed. For every single ton of crude palm oil, for every single ton of crude palm oil, we can get 1 ton of empty fruit bunches and 3 tons of palm oil meal effluent. That is very rich and very lots of the byproduct that we can make use of. So what palm oil can be the nexus of food security and sustainable palm oil? So I would like to share this number of multinational companies. I know that maybe all of you know one of them. There are a lot of multinational companies who make use of the palm oil as the ingredient for food derivative. So if you look at this product, we have a cooking oil, we have a margarine, we have a deep frying with a vitamin supplement. When you have a breakfast with a bakery, you have a dairy with the ice cream, we have a food dressing, we have a confectionery, we have a chocolate, we have an infant food. So I can imagine when your baby is just born, they have already make use of the palm oil as the infant food. And also now we have a red palm oil. So we have also cooking and frying oil, we have a bakery fats, and we have a margarine, confectionery fat, ice cream, infant nutrition fat, vanaspati, and a lot of special fat as well that produced from palm oil, like a non-dairy, imitation of dairy food, like ice cream, filled milk, palm-based, and yogurt. And also we have a spay dried product, and for confectionery fat, like cocoa butter equivalent, hard butter, coating fat for cakes, coffee fat, cream filling fats, etc., etc. So maybe you can imagine what palm oil can make from this to make this food that maybe you know or you don't know yet before. The other side that palm oil can also we can make use for non-food like a surfactant and lubricant, grease, soap, Tupperware, cosmetic, biofuel, and either the candle and wax. So today we are facing with a lot of plastic, but from palm oil we can also make for non-food. So we are now producing also the bioplastic. It's made from palm oil as well. Besides that, the biomass from palm oil, you can also make for non-food usage. There's a lot of non-food usage from this biomass, like a green product, bioplastic, planting medium, EFE fiber, and for the polypropylene and polyethylene. So many things we can make from this biomass, and particle board, pulp and paper, cement tile, and blockboard. And of course, we can also make a lot of innovative for the creative material. I don't mention one of all of them, but let us conclude that from palm oil, a lot of things we can make, and for the food, feed, and as well for the food. Now, where the palm oil can fulfill the sustainable development goal. We know there is a sustainability triangle dogma. people talk about sustainability, there's a nexus of people, planet, and profit. People regarding the social aspect, planet regarding the environment, and profit about the economic impact. So this sustainability triangle dogma, I would like to share with you how the palm oil can fulfill as one of a commodity for people, for planet, and for profit. And for our information, that palm oil, we have a certificate. We call it certified sustainable palm oil. This is the only one of edible oil in the planet that has to be certified for its sustainability. So regarding of that, how palm oil can fulfill sustainable development goals. We understand that the 17 goals that has been decided by United Nations. In my presentation, I would like to show you some indicator where we can compare about the edible oil, soybean, palm oil, sunflower, and rapeseed. Let us start with the first indicator regarding the first indicator for the profit, for the economic aspect. So if we compare the palm oil, soybean, rapeseed, and sunflower regarding to the gross production value in million of US dollar. So palm oil is I put the one bar here, it's about 100%, where the palm oil is comparing to the other edible oils. So palm oil is more than rapeseed and sunflower in regards to the gross production value, but less than the soybean. But if you look at gross production value in million US dollar, where Indonesia and Malaysia deals with the palm oil, whereby the soybean mostly in US, Brazil, Argentina, and China, and rapeseed in China, EU, Canadian, France, and sunflower most likely in Ukraine, Russian, EU, and Argentina. Indonesia is very depending on this palm oil. If you look at there, that's most of our income for country devisa is come from the palm oil. If we look at the contribution to the economy, so Indonesia is very rely on this palm oil product. That is 3.5% of gross domestic product of Indonesia is related to the palm oil. So how about the food security, food supply, and where the palm oil regarding to the soybean, rapeseed, and sunflower? So Indonesia, if you look at the kilocalorie per capita per day, which rely most likely to the palm oil. 175 kilocalorie per capita per day of Indonesian is related to the palm oil. So it is a very low if we compare to US, where 532 kilocalorie per capita per day in US, but they are related to the soybean. So if we look at the land use and kilogram production, so if you look at here that the land use for palm oil is very efficient. So if we produce every single kilogram of palm oil, it's make use of 2.42 square meter compared to other edible oil. If you compare to sunflower, it's a 17.66, and for rapeseed it's 10.63, and soybean 10.52. If people talk about the land use change and all the land use issue, and people related to the palm oil, but if you look at this figure, the other edible oil use more land to produce the same amount of oil. So palm oil, if we look at the right-hand side chart, palm oil is 100%, whereby the soybean is 4 times more, as well as rapeseed, and sunflower is 7 times more land needed for every single kilogram to produce. If we look at the greenhouse gas emission, that is a big issue regarding the palm oil, because people talk about sustainability and environmental impact. If you look at the issue about the greenhouse gas emission, where a lot of criticism about the palm oil in Indonesia especially, but when we talk about the kilogram CO2 equivalent per megajoule, so if you look at the sunflower, rapeseed, soybean, palm oil, and if we take the comparison, the palm oil is quite equal to the rapeseed, but higher than sunflower, but lower than soybean. So many issues regarding the greenhouse gas emission that related to the palm oil. If we look at this chart, that the palm oil is in between the soybean, rapeseed, and sunflower. Then we talk about biofuel, biodiesel feedstock. Today, Indonesian government already imply the B35. It means the biofuel 35% come from the palm oil. So if we look at this amount, the liters per hectare, for every single hectare of land, palm oil can produce 4,736 liters per hectare, whereby other edible oils, soy, rapeseed, and sunflowers, much less than what palm oil can produce. If I take the bar chart at the right-hand side, the palm oil 100%, soybean only 12% compared to the palm oil, rapeseed 25%, and sunflower 20%. So it means other edible oil only 1/5 of the feedstock to produce for the same acres of the same hectare of land. So if other word, we can say that palm oil is the most efficient edible oil to produce the biofuel per hectare. So if we compare also the average of water footprint, so in environmental impact, we are looking not only for CO2 and greenhouse gas emission, but we also look at how much water that people need to produce the same amount of edible oil. If we look at here, the global average water footprint, the cubic meter per ton, the palm oil, to produce every single ton of palm oil, it needs 1,098 cubic meter of water. Now it's much less of even 50% for other oil like soybean and rapeseed, and 1/3 of sunflower. So many people ask about how much water, because a lot of discussion saying that the palm oil needs a lot of water to produce the oil. But if we look at the data, that actually the palm oil is much less than other edible oil. It means also that it's very efficient in water usage. And it also means that the palm oil needs the less water compared to other edible oil. If I put the bar chart, palm oil 100%, soybean and rapeseed twice more water needed, whereby sunflower is about 3 times more water needed. So if we compare to the end product, so-called refined oil, it was before it was for the tree in the on-site. So if we look at how we produce from the tree to get the oil to become the refined oil, that where we can make use for the food. So palm oil, at the end of the product, is a refined oil. So the average water footprint is about 4,000 or 5,000 cubic meter per ton. It's quite equal to the soy and rapeseed oil, but it's much lower than sunflower. So if we look at the bar chart as well, the palm oil, if I put it 100%, soybean and rapeseed is much, a little bit lower than the palm oil, but sunflower is much higher. So in my conclusion that when we talk about food security and sustainability, palm oil is not, we might say, is in between other edible oil in terms of sustainability, in terms of food security as well. So today, we have a certification scheme for sustainability. If we look at here, the certificate scheme. For palm oil, we have 7 types of a certification scheme, whereby soybean 5, rapeseed 1, and sunflower 2. So you can imagine for the same tree, we need 7 certificates for palm oil in regarding the sustainability. So we have Indonesian sustainable palm oil. I will deliver more about the ISPO, Indonesian sustainable palm oil. And if we look at the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, there are 7 goals already covered from this ISPO. And the other certificate scheme that I would like to deliver as well today is a Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, RSPO. This is also same. There are 7 SDGs that cover from this certificate. And when we see the number, next, yeah, about the ISPO, Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil, how many certificate has been delivered for the farmer? If you look at the left-hand side chart, there's a growing number of the ISPO certificate. In 2021, about 900 certificate has been released, but it already covered nearly 6 million hectares of land out of 16 million land that planted by oil palm, whereby from the 6 million hectares, most likely owned by the private plantation, and the second is a state-owned plantation, and also the smallholder take part of the certificate scheme. So if you look at the Indonesian sustainable palm oil, the member is really the farmer. It means the producer of the palm oil. But when we see the other certificate scheme, Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, which cover over the world, so the member of the oil palm grower only 226 compared to other member. So if we look at the RSPO membership, it's more than 5,000 compared to Indonesian, only around 900. But it is all over the world. So it is a difference between RSPO and ISPO. In RSPO, the member is not necessarily only the farmer or the producer, but the member also can be from the processor or trader, or the manufacturer, or environmental NGO, social NGO, banker, and also other sector. So they combine all the membership in the RSPO. When we look at the area, as I showed you before, the ISPO is covered now 6 million hectares in Indonesia. But RSPO is around the world. So if we look at the number of the hectares, actually ISPO have the membership who have a more land cover. If we look at the RSPO, only 4.5 million hectares, whereby Indonesia itself 6 million hectares. But Indonesian membership in the RSPO is around 2 to 2.5 million hectares. It means not all of Indonesian farmer who has registered for Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil ISPO is also member of RSPO. There are more for the ISPO, Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil Scheme, rather than RSPO. So it is very good for Indonesian farmer, especially, that they follow the Indonesian scheme for sustainability. So even we are not all of farmer join the RSPO, but still the number of member come from Indonesia is the largest in terms of the membership for over the world. So now we are talking about the production. How much actually palm oil has been produced from this sustainable palm oil certificate? If we look at here, there are more than 14 million tons of sustainable palm oil has been produced under the RSPO certificate scheme. So talking about the food security and sustainability, so I think palm oil compared to other edible oil, palm oil is more in advance rather than other edible oils in terms of certified sustainability edible oil. So when we look at here, the over 14 million has been certified out of around 60 million palm oil in the world. So if you look at the number again, so people talk, is that a scheme only for the big company or state-owned company? But if you look at the RSPO member, number of certified palm oil farmers, the non-smallholder, the smallholder side is a quite big amount. It's a around 24.78 it's around 25,000 certified palm oil farmer. And then if you look at the area, out of 20 million hectare now, so if we look at the smallholder taken part of this RSPO certificate member, it means around, I will say about 5 million hectares is belong to the smallholder. So I will say that regarding the sustainability and food security, the palm oil is not only produced by the big company or state-owned company, but most likely also from the smallholder. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end my presentation, and I would like to conclude that palm oil is one of the edible oils that most likely produced from Indonesia can be a nexus of food security and sustainable agriculture in the tropic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Tony Liwang. It's very interesting talk about the sustainability in the palm oil. Now, I would like to remind you all participants that if you like to ask questions to our speaker, then you can use the chat room. While waiting for the question from the participant, I actually would like to ask Dr. Tony Liwang in this discussion session. Now, we already know that industrial plantation are usually attributed to high productivity, and we have to use some chemicals input. Now, you're talking about sustainability in the palm oil plantation. So I'm just wondering, what is the challenge for you in sustainable, that maintain the sustainability in the palm oil when using the industrial perspective, like you have to have a high productivity and so on. That's all, Dr. Tony Liwang.
Thank you very much for your question. Sustainability, we can say, is not only environmental aspect. That's why I mentioned before that the sustainable triangle dogma. So it has to be balanced between profit and also people and also environment, the planet. So unfortunately, when we talk about sustainability, most likely our thinking is related to the environmental only. We understand that we have to sustain our environmental condition so that in the long term, in the future, that our land, our air, our water still can be fully used for the next generation. But as commodity of edible oils, so we have to balance that the commodity can be benefit for the people, can be increased the social aspect among the farmer, rather than only for the environment. So the challenge, I think, not only for one side, but we see the triangle that we have to balance. Can palm oil still sustain? The question is how palm oil can be balanced among the three aspects: planet, people, and profit. If we can balance it all of three, I think palm oil still can sustain.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Tony Liwang. I think I got questions here, and there is one participant that would like to ask directly to you. So I think we can make it. So please raise your hand, Bapak Burhanuddin Rashid. Okay, for Bapak Burhanuddin Rashid, please make your question.
Very good morning. Sure, I still remember you. Nice to meet you. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Burhanuddin. Nice to meet you again. I'm very proud to be here again. After 40 years, I escaped from Hasanuddin University. It's a long time, so more than half of my lifetime, I think. But it is my pleasure to be here again and to share with you my experience in the palm oil more than 20 years after I coming back home to Indonesia. Dr. Burhanuddin, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the balance about the palm oil usage for the food, feed, and fuel, I understand that people talk about the biofuel today for B35. In our agency, the Badan Pengelola Dana Perkebunan Kelapa Sawit, the Indonesian Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency, we have a program and also research for the biofuel. I can share with you that we are succeed to produce the biofuel 100%, so B100. But of course, to make it B100, if we make it for the people need, it means we don't have enough. Because Indonesian production today is about 16.5 million ton annually. But if we make use of them for B100, I think we don't have cooking oil anymore at home. So today, we increase from B30 to B35, just looking the balance. But even we make B35, the amount of the palm oil produced in the country, only about 10 to 15%. The cooking oil, I think, around less than 10% of total amount of palm oil that we produce in the country. So we balance it. As I mentioned before, that we are lucky that we blessed by God that we have a palm oil in Indonesia, and we are the largest producer in the world. And palm oil is one of the certified sustainable edible oil. So first, I will say we have to balance, of course. The profit means that do we use for biofuel or for the food or for the feed. So when we make a biofuel, a lot of subsidy going there. Why? Not only to produce the biofuel itself, but we see another side that when we use the fuel from the petrol, so we have to see how much emission we can reduce by using the biofuel itself. So the problem is, or the challenge actually, can we use palm oil not only for the profit, but also for the environment? So Indonesians contribute a lot. By using biofuel, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission instead of using the normal fuel. So, and the other side, if you look at the sustainable triangle, for the people, more than 7 million people, farmers on site, that produce this palm oil in Indonesia. So when we use the biofuel, it means also we help 7 million mouths to be fed from this palm oil. So the benefit for the farmer itself. So the balance is there. Instead of we imported the fuel. So the balance is between the people, the environment, and also the profit. So I think the government of the Republic of Indonesia is a very, in this term, is very good to balancing about the need for the fuel, for the food, and for the feed. So I think the challenge in the future is can we make more derivative from this palm oil itself? And for the fuel, if I may say, in terms of technology, from the research that funded by the BPDP KS, we already have a bensa, benzene sawit. It means the palm oil for the benzene. And then we have also bioafter. We already having a trial using the bioafter in the commercial plant and showing that they can fly more than 4 hours in the sky with this bioafter. But unfortunately, the price is still high. So, and also we don't want that the people make noise that we are sitting in the plane at the cost of the people who need the cooking oil. So, because when you fly, you use a lot of bioafter from the palm oil for the 100 person sitting in the plane, compared to maybe 10,000 people need for the cooking oil. So that we have to balance that. Not because the technology not in place yet, but we have already technology. But we are looking always the sustainability. Is that the profit, again, the people, and also the environment. Most likely, I think palm oil, hopefully, will take the lead when we compare to other edible oils, especially when I show the data that the palm oil is very leading in the edible oils in terms of food security as well as in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Tony Liwang, for the answer, and surely for Dr. Burhanuddin Rashid for delivering the question. Now, we move to the next question, Dr. Tony Liwang. We got in the chat room, maybe this is the last question, dear participant, because we have running the time now. From Muhammad Agraputra Rifai. The question is, I think this is asking about the sustainability certification. Is it for the new open land or that already exists? Because he said most of the palm oil plantation is planted in a high value ecosystem. Yeah, that's the question, Dr. Tony.
Thank you very much for a very good question. Certificate is, they have many type of land. It can be a new open land, can be also replanting area. So in the scheme, ISPO or RSPO, they define between new area and replanting area. Replanting area, I think less term or condition that has been applied. But in a new area, if I'm not mistaken, there are a lot of terms that have been fulfilled. For example, when you enter the new area, is that the area under the high conservation value forest? Is that the area no conflict with the people? Is that the area suitable for the palm oil? So, etc., etc. When they can fulfill the area, they have to check again to the legal aspect. Is the land already clear for the agriculture purpose? It's not conflict with the forest. So they have to, in Indonesia we call it area bukan hutan, non hutan ya, jadi bukan hutan, non forest area. So they have to very clear legally and also social aspect. They are not conflict with the people, and also for environmental that they are not enter the forest area. So when they pass all the terms, then they can start to get the certificate. And the certificate will be, every year will be evaluated. So it's not take it for granted for whole your life, but certification means they have a term. So every year you have to report where you are, how much your production, what you use, not only when you start to open the land, but after you open the land, what type of chemical you use. Do you still use paraquat, for example? How much pesticide or herbicide or fertilizer do you use? Where the water did you take it from the river or from the other sources? So everything you have to report to the ISPO or RSPO to saying that you are under the term of environmental, social, and profit. So by doing so, your certificate will be extended year by year. So I think that is a very good example. Then I hope that the other commodity also will follow, even for Indonesian sustainability agriculture, for example, for the cacao or for the other coffee, etc. So I mean, let's take oil palm or palm oil industry as an example, not for other edible oils as well, but also for Indonesian agriculture, to make Indonesian agriculture more sustained than before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tony Liwang. We still have one question actually, Dr. Tony Liwang. Is it okay? Because we still, I think we...
I'm fine.
Yeah, we have like 2 minutes.
More questions, more is better.
Yes, because mostly of the participants is students, and I think they want to to know more about this oil palm plantation. Now this is the question from Ahmad Mulyadi. The question is how to balance palm oil production with market demand, which is always changing to the fluctuation in market price. Please, Dr. Tony Liwang, your answer.
Thank you very much, Pak Ahmad Mulyadi. Since the palm oil is not only for the food purpose, what I say before, palm oil also for the food, for the feed, and for the fuel. So the pricing today for palm oil is not only relating to with the price of other oils. Yeah? If I remember 10 years ago, palm oil is very related to the price of soya bean, rapeseed, and sunflower and other edible oils. But today, the palm oil, not only single factor, but there are other factors like a fuel price. So when the fuel price increased, the palm oil price also increased. The reason is simple, because palm oil can make also the biofuel. So if the price of fuel is so high, like a year ago, when we are suffering with the cooking oil, because the price of oil is so high, so people turn the palm oil into the biofuel. But of course, we have to balance. That's why the subsidy is, we put it in the cooking oil, so that people still can enjoy as a food rather than biofuel. So if I may conclude, the pricing of the palm oil today is not only depending on the food, but also for the feed and fuel. One thing maybe people not recognize, for the feed, for the animal. So a lot of derivative, palm kernel meal, expeller, etc., also for the animal. So I remember last year when we have a COVID pandemic, every country has a suffer not only for the food, but also for the feed. We have a chicken, we have animals, cows and goat and others. They need also feeding. So before, we still imported for the feed for the animal. But we are lucky and we are blessed that we have a palm oil derivative, like a palm kernel meal that can be used for the chicken and other animals. So we can save our animal feedstock in the country through the palm oil derivative. So again, today is a very complex, today is a very comprehensive as well when we study about the pricing, because the world is so global now. It seems that everybody knows each other, but any disturbance in the other side of the world will impact it to the country as well. So we are blessed that we have a palm oil in-house. So we are quite secure in food, and we are also sustained in the food sources. So the demand is never ending, because people need more and more. People need high added value as well, and the population is still growing. So that's why our challenge actually, if you are a student, if you are lecturing, if you are a researcher, the challenge is how to produce more palm oil in the same hectares of land to feed, to food, to fuel the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tony Liwang. It's a very excellent insight for us. Thank you very much. Now we come to the end of the session. I would like to, there is an e-certificate that we would like to present to all the speakers, include you, Dr. Tony Liwang. So, committee, could you please put on the certificate? Okay, Dr. Tony Liwang, on behalf of the committee and the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, we appreciate your participation and your talk this morning.
Thank you very much.
This is the e-certificate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, we now move to the next session. We have in the agenda talk from our distinguished speaker, Prof. Siti Kusujarti. I would like to ask Prof. Siti, are you with us? Now in the Zoom room? Hello? Ah, good, excellent. How are you, Prof. Siti? Okay, maybe this is like getting warmer in United States? No, it's still very okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hope all well there. Now, Prof. Siti, you are going to talk about gender perspective, I think, and I would like to introduce you first to the participant. Prof. Siti Kusujarti is one of the professor at Warren Wilson College, United States of America, with field of expertise in gender and development, rural and environmental sociology, and sociology of disaster. Prof. Siti completed her bachelor at Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, and took her master degree in the University of Kentucky, United States of America, and then completed her PhD in the same university, University of Kentucky, United States of America. Prof. Siti also a member board of directors in ASEAN Network, in ASEAN Studies Development Program, East West Center, Hawaii, and also in American Sociological Association. Okay, Prof. Siti, time is yours for your talk.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. So I think I will just share my organizer. I sent my PowerPoint to you. Could you help me to do that?
They're going to help you, Prof. Wait, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, share screen is enabled now. You can start share screen, Prof.
Okay. Thank you. Try again.
It's still not working.
Can the organizer share from their
Okay. We're going to share it. Yes, we're going to share it from here, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on a second. You're still waiting for the committee, Prof. So it's not still winter in state, yeah, Prof, yeah?
Well, it's kind of still winter.
Okay.
Winter will last until March.
March.
So we will have one more month.
Okay.
But it hasn't been too bad. We haven't had a lot of snow here.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like winter.
It's lovely actually, without snow, but it's cool, the temperature.
Well, I actually prefer to have snow.
Okay.
That's cold without snow. It's just icy and it's difficult. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
The PowerPoint.
Yep.
Could you make it into a full screen?
Oh, in the full stream. There you are. Yeah. Please, time is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will shift a little bit on the topic because my topic is entitled "The Voices of Women Farmers in Indonesia."
Yeah. Wait for a second, Prof. Maybe there's a networking problem. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Okay, there is it again. Okay, please, Prof. Continue. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Siti. I would say this is a wonderful presentation, and I think this all the researchers can have same problem when dealing with our humble women in agricultural sector. Now we move to the question and answer session, Prof. Hopefully you going to answer some of the questions. Now we have one question here from Muhtar. Okay. He's asking about your opinion about the existence of women in agricultural sector, which are still often marginalized. I think this is connected with your presentation before. And he's asking, is this due to the patriarchal culture that has developed in the society regarding the imbalance in the division of labor, or the ambiguity of work status, or the burden that is considered too heavy for the woman?
I would say all of them, right? So it's a complex of factors. You know, patriarchal culture, hierarchical culture, you know, that creates and perpetuates the division of labor, not only division of labor, because division of labor is okay as long as that does not create inequality. The problem is when division of labor then creates and perpetuates social inequality, that's when that creates injustice, right? You know, and the ambiguity of the work status, you know, the definition of work is also very important. How do we define work? And we only define work as something that has the financial consequence. Women have been doing a lot of different types of work, but their work is not being regarded or defined as work, right? So care work, reproductive work, right? Those are work that have been performed by women but are not considered as work and are not, valued, especially financially. So then, women are not being appreciated because of this type of work. So, and because of that, then there are those multiple burdens because of the notions that, well, those are their responsibilities. Well, but, that responsibilities carries a lot of consequences
Yeah.
and burdens for them without any compensation, right? Social, cultural, economic compensation.
Yeah, I think only women understand that, yeah, Prof. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for your answer. And thank you again for Pak Muhtar for the question. Now, I'm still wondering, Prof, maybe one more question from me. Like we know that there is a participatory rural appraisal method in the sociology. How is your method different with that method?
Yeah, well, post-colonial feminist ethnography has that participatory element, right? But that's why I call it methodology, not method, right? Because it has different assumptions epistemologically in terms of, who have the knowledge, how we create the knowledge, right?
Yep.
I would say that it is important that it's not just a method, it's a principle as well. So I saw that my colleague Ibu Novati juga has raised her hand.
Okay.
She
Yeah.
also has a
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Please, Ibu Dr. Novati, you can deliver your question. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Siti, and thank you again for all participants that participate in the discussion session. Only time now that limited us until the end of this session. Thank you, Prof. Siti. We appreciate your presentation and your participation in this conference. Now I would like to present you the e-certificate for your participation as an invited speaker. So on behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate your participation in this conference. Hope you stay well in state. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Siti. Have a nice day. Bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the conference now. And now we move to the next session in one of our distinguished speaker, that would be Prof. Bunyamin Taran. I would like to greet Prof. Bunyamin. Are you with us now? Okay, good, excellent. How are you, Prof? Good. This should be good night on your side, yeah, Prof? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, now I would like to introduce Prof. Bunyamin first. He's one of the professor at Plant Science Crop Development Center, University of Saskatchewan. Hopefully I put this right here, Prof. He took completed his bachelor degree in Sriwijaya University, Indonesia, and then master degree from University of Guelph, Canada. And also in the same university, he completed his PhD. He's in the Ministry of Agriculture Strategic Research Program, especially in he's a chair in chickpea and flax breeding and genetics. Prof. Bunyamin's field of expertise is in breeding, genetic management and management of chickpea and flax. Okay, before we start the presentation of our speaker, I would like to remind the participants that you can ask questions either from the Zoom chat room, or you can, if you want like to directly ask the question to the speaker, you are allowed to do that. Okay, Prof. Bunyamin Taran, time is yours now. Ifa. Of loud and clear. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Bunyamin. I think the conference, the session is getting more interesting now because we got a lot of discussion from the first in the morning with oil palm plantation, and then we got gender perspective, and now we have the molecular breathing from you. And thank you very much because this is amazing presentation, I think. But I'm terribly sorry because this is the limited time. So maybe I can only allow one question from the participant. If you would like to, okay, there is still no question in the chat, but yeah, okay. There's one participant, Comextra Majora, would like to ask question. Committee, please, could you please unmute the participant? Okay, our participant, if you like to ask question. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Comextra Majora. And now I would like to move to Prof. Bunyamin. You can straightly answer the question, please. Yes, yes, yes. I think you can communicate with Prof. Yeah, Prof. Yes, yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. I have been informed by the committee that the one that delivering the question is Mr. James. I'm sorry, I got different participant name here. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Bunyamin, and I'm terribly sorry for Dr. Rahman Shah that would like to ask question. Maybe you can ask through email to Prof. Bunyamin. I think you got an interesting question, but we are limited by time. Okay, I would like to present also the e-certificate as our gratitude to Prof. Bunyamin. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Bunyamin. On behalf of Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, we would like to thank you and appreciate your participation in this conference. Hope you stay well, yeah, Prof? Good evening. Yeah, good night, Prof. See you again later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next session. I'm pleased to inform you all that our next speaker is one of my supervisor, my great supervisor from my master degree. Please welcome Prof. Sixtus Gusli. Prof, are you with us today? Okay, I think Prof. Sixtus is present here with us in the room. Please allow me to introduce Prof. Sixtus Gusli first, prior to his presentation. Prof. Sixtus is one of our professor in Department of Soil Science, Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, and his field of expertise is in soil and water management and also in sustainable crop and cocoa production. He completed his bachelor degree at Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, and completed his master degree at the University of New England, Australia, and also in Australia, different university. He completed his PhD in the University of Adelaide. From his experience, he's a former head of Natural Resources Research and Development Center at the Institute of Research and Community Service at Hasanuddin University. Okay, Prof. Before we start again, I remind the participant that you may ask questions through the chat room, and attendance list by Google Form will be sent to you through the Zoom chat at the end of all session. Okay, Prof. Sixtus Gusli, time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Eva Yanti. I was fascinated really listening to Professor Bunyamin's presentation. It was all about high tech. At this time, I'm not going to give you an example or another example of high tech technology or practice. Instead, I will give you an example how what we know in science is practiced in the field, especially when you talk about marginal land where cocoa is planted. Sulawesi is known as the major island producing cocoa in Indonesia, producing something about 65% if the data doesn't change. It is interesting, one of the locations where cocoa is grown, the land is marginal because of at least two constraints. One of the constraints is the soil is stony and it is on the sloping land. So you can imagine that producing crops such as cocoa, although it is perennial crops, on this kind of land, the challenge is high. But it is question, how come for years farmers have been growing cocoa there with satisfactory results? At this time I want to compare, share with you how the monoculture langsat, in English we still call it langsat. It is one of the fruits, famous fruit in tropical countries, compared to the simple agroforestry, langsat and cocoa. So the title is then Stony Soil Quality Enhancement under Smallholder Cocoa Langsat Agroforestry System in Sulawesi, a farmer-based practice of sustainable agriculture on marginal land. As I said before, a lot of area, large area in Polman district, one of the districts, major district producing cocoa in Sulawesi, is stony soil, and it's on sloping land. And if you have stony soil, then you can understand that if the soil consists of solid parts and also the pore spaces, then the solid part consists of all these particles plus this organic matter. But in this particular soil, a lot of stones occupies the solid phase. Hence, the soil volume, soil water, therefore, and nutrients and productivity is reduced. And therefore, we can call this soil is actually marginal soil. And marginal soil in this area, in Polman, not only in this area, this is an example where we should realize that in the future, we are not going to have many choices to choose the best soil we can use for our crops, but we're going to be not going to be relying on marginal soil for our major crops, including for cocoa. As I said earlier, what makes us questioning is that how come on this marginal land with reduced soil volume, hence less water, less nutrient, and so on, less productivity, how come farmers can produce cocoa as well as langsat there satisfactory for years? The question is that, does cocoa langsat practiced by the farmers? This surprisingly, interestingly, is that this kind of practice, it is not introduced by people from outside, but have been practicing this for years. And they found this kind of practice is sustainable. Now we question how can that be. So we're trying to, we studied how significance of this cocoa langsat agroforestry practice improving soil quality on stony soil of on sloping land in Polman compared to langsat monoculture. Here's the location. If you know Indonesia, this is a K-shaped island in the center of Indonesia. This one is the location in Polman district. The crop is langsat monoculture compared to cocoa langsat agriculture. The soil is, as I said, stony soil on sloping land, 15 to 45 degrees. Sometimes it's even steeper than that. The texture of the soil, not including this is the fine earth, is silty loam and silty clay. So one can imagine that the water holding capacity of the soil without the stone is quite high. The rainfall is 1900 millimeter annually with only one dry month. So having this kind of rainfall, one can imagine this, that this rainfall here has high erosivity. So what we measured, mainly we measure 5 things. One is the soil volume reduction. Then we measure soil macroporosity, because this is important for the entrance or infiltration of the water, rainwater, and root growth, and then infiltration, constant head with double ring infiltrometer, the method, and we also measure soil organic matter and the liter. On this slide, I showed you that this is on the left. You can see, I'm not too sure whether it is clear from you all, that this soil actually contains a lot of stones. So you can call it whether it's stony soil or rocky soil. And I will show you in the next slide how much stone in there in the soil. So if you have much soil there, as I said before, this will reduce the soil capacity to hold water and to hold nutrients, and therefore the soil should be marginal. We measure macroporosity and infiltration between this is an example of two Langsat trees. We measure the infiltration and macroporosity in between the two trees with double ring infiltrometer with constant head using the Marriott bottle system. And we measure the root counting, profile root counting on our right. Let's see how significant it is if you have a lot of stone in the soil. An example, in our site there, we measured that the minimum stone content is 30% up to 59, in average 49%. That as a result, the remaining fine earth of the soil that functions to provide water and to provide nutrients is only 20 to 27%. So you can see, because of this, you can categorize this soil as a marginal soil. So what is the result in terms of macroporosity? You can see on our left here, we got Langsat monoculture. These are methane blue tracing macroporosity and its connectivity. You can compare this Langsat monoculture and the agroforestry. There is an improvement on this example of two sides. On the right side, you can have more macroporosity and more connectivity. The root growth on our left here, we get the data, exactly this is Langsat here on your right and agroforestry on the left. You can see there are more roots counted on the agroforestry side and presented on this graph. It doesn't matter whichever one easy for you to see, but obviously here the blue color one, the agroforestry, is always higher than the Langsat on the red color. And I'm just showing you, because of time constraint, the root count, but we also have similar data on the root biomass as well as the root length density, and therefore we can say the agroforestry has more roots compared to the Langsat monoculture system. In terms of infiltration, it's likewise, because you have more macroporosity. You can then imagine that must be the agroforestry has a higher infiltration rate here compared to the Langsat. In terms of organic matter, I take this data from our previous research. Here's an example. The longer the system has been agroforesterized, in this case it's 4 years compared to the 45 years, then the available water capacity increases significantly. You can see can be doubled from the one just made agroforestry. And that's the reason why, simply because organic matter, the higher the organic matter, you have higher water available capacity. So why higher organic matter? Because in this system, as I showed you before, that the agroforestry system has more roots and has more litter on the surface soil. Therefore, there are more organic matter in the soil. And the explanation to that is that because if we have more root count, more root biomass, more root length density to centimeter or length of root over a volume of soil, you can see they're all significantly linearly correlated. And so as the cocoa Langsat develops more roots, hence creates greater macroporosity, higher infiltration for intense rain, and therefore we can imagine that the erosion there will be less. Therefore, for years of system application practice there will reduce the amount of eroded soil, and therefore it will maintain good soil quality. Soil, organic matter, and available water, as I showed you in the figure. So, cocoa langsat agroforestry produces more roots and also litter that leads to higher soil organic matter and therefore improve soil quality. A shift. The farmer usually only grew langsat monoculture, and then they shift to cocoa. A shift from langsat monoculture to cocoa langsat agroforestry has benefits for the farmer in terms of an increase of soil water buffering and therefore soil structure of stony soil that contributes to tolerance of dry season condition. This is especially important as we are facing a problem of or challenge from climate change. In conclusion, my last slide, shifting langsat monoculture to cocoa langsat simple agroforestry produces more roots, more macropores, and hence higher infiltration, and therefore less erosion. Therefore, the soil is the soil quality can be maintained. Greater root growth leads to higher soil organic matter and greater available water capacity under cocoa langsat agroforestry compared to the under langsat monoculture. Cocoa langsat simple agroforestry is an example of successful and adaptive model to stony soil in sloping land in the tropics, for example in Polman. So in the future, as we are utilizing, we have constrained to utilize more marginal soil. This is a good example. It's agroforestry, whatever the crops is, can be a good model for sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Sixtus, for your presentation. This is interesting because even it's in conventional way, but it's still needed, especially for our highland model of agriculture. Okay, participant, if you would like to ask question for Prof. Sixtus' presentation, you are allowed. You can ask question through the chat room. And while waiting for the question from the chat room, I would like to ask some question also to Prof. Sixtus, if you don't mind. We're talking about langsat, yeah, Prof, yeah? And then if we are from the requirement for the tree that planted together with the cocoa, langsat is a very big tree. So is that not gonna affect the growth of the cocoa? Because we're talking about the root and what's happening under the soil, but if you're talking about the tree form for the langsat tree, it's really big. So is that not going to affect the growth of the cocoa, Prof?
Okay, thank you, Ifar. Langsat is not a big tree. We can call it a tall tree. And because the canopy, instead of growing horizontal more, it grows more to vertical. And the other things we have to understand that cocoa actually needs shade trees. So langsat trees in this case can serve as shade trees in addition to other function. So there is no competition in terms of light or other things. Even we have research done by our students as well. We studied whether there is competition in such limited volumes of soil in terms of not nutrients, for example, nitrogen and phosphorus, and we found out that there is no competition. Luckily, in this case, perhaps because langsat, we may call it traditional crop, unlike the Professor Bunyamin's crops genetically developed. This one has been cropped by the farmers for years, and we studied, interestingly, that langsat responded less to applied fertilizers or nutrients compared to cocoa. So there's no competition there. And also, because langsat, not only it grows up vertically, but also the roots can grow deeper. So they can absorb water from the deeper layer as well as nutrient compared to cocoa. So the competition is less there. So actually, the reason why the local farmers there for years have practiced simple agroforestry, cocoa and langsat, because the compatibility of these two crops. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. There's one question, another question in the chat room, Prof. This is from Sahruni Lambakeng. Sorry. Okay. The question is, beside langsat, what commodity is suitable for make agroforestry with cocoa, and how about the avocado or others?
Yeah. Well, there are general criteria understood for the companion crop for cocoa. Is that one is that it serves as shade trees, because we need to reduce the light intensity going to the cocoa, as well as there is no competition in crops. So not only langsat, there are other crops generally understood that usually the other companion crops is any leguminous trees grown by the local farmers there. And the leguminous trees is also useful because it can produce, organic matter high, because it's the high decomposition rate. Hence, it creates more a better environment for the soil microorganism. So there are many. One, the condition is that it should serve as shade trees. Two is that there's no competition, and should help to provide more nutrients. So leguminous families is better. There are many good examples there. I guess even the farmers understand that. And also, the local farmers are very keen goat or animal raiser there. So they can also develop integrated farming. So they got cocoa and langsat and also gliricidia as leguminous trees to feed the goats, and the goats' manure can go to the farm. So they have a kind of zero waste system. Actually, we have plenty of data to present, but this technology is already well known. What I want to show here is that to answer the question why farmers can survive for years and even survive with very good quality, very good yield under submarginal soil. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. And also thank you for our participant, Ibu Sahruni, that has delivered her question. Okay, I think the time is up now, Prof. So we are at the end of this session. I would like to present e-certificate and to appreciate your participation. Okay, there's the certificate. Thank you, Prof. Sixtus Gusli, on behalf of Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, and on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you for your participation in this conference. Thank you, Prof. Stay well.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the last session for the morning session. But before that, we're going to have a break first and enjoy the time of the break. Thank you. For the now, you can enjoy the video of our institution. Enjoy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the session now. Thank you for being with us until now. Now we are moving to the last session. Now our distinguished speaker now is Dr. Thong Nguyen Huy. So please allow me to greet Dr. Thong Nguyen Huy first. Dr. Thong, are you with us now? Ah, okay. Good, maybe good afternoon on your side, yeah. Okay. How are you? How are you? Okay. Please let me introduce Dr. Thong Nguyen Huy first before the presentation. He is one of the staff at University of Southern Queensland, Australia, and his field of expertise is in spatial data analytics, surveying and mapping, and remote sensing and GIS. Dr. Thong Nguyen Huy completed his bachelor at the Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology, Vietnam, and then he completed his master and PhD at the same university at University of Southern Queensland at Toowoomba. And from research experience, he is one of the member in the research group of Uni SQ's Advanced Data Analytics, research fellow at Center for Applied Climate Sciences, and a postdoctoral research fellow at Future Drought Fund Hub and Data Farming PTY Ltd. Okay, Dr. Thong Nguyen Huy, time is yours now.
Thank you for your introduction.
We can see that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. Now we move to the next discussion session. I think I got one question here from Dr. Hairani. Do we have Dr. Hairani here? You can straightly ask the question.
Pakai ini aja. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Tong. Nice to see you again. Actually, me and Dr. Tong are in the same office in University of Southern Queensland. So it's nice that you can become one of our speakers here. Thank you very much. I would like to ask regarding the this is something new for me, maybe for others not, about the blockchain technology. Can you explain more about this one? What is it, or how can we use it, and the benefit of using this blockchain technology? Thank you, Dr. Tong.
Okay, Caroline. Before I answer your question, so good to see you again.
Is that it, Dr. Nguyen? Okay. Okay. Dr. Hairani, how about that?
Yes. Thank you. That's good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. I think we have reached the end of this session. I mean, digital farming is always interesting topic to discuss, yeah, Dr. Nguyen. But it's always come back to how this implemented, especially for the smallholder farmers. So we think about the readiness of the farmer and everything. I think you have talked about that in your lovely presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again, Dr. Nguyen, for your participation in this session. I would like to present you an e-certificate for our gratitude to you. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you, and we appreciate your participation in this conference. Stay well, and hopefully to see you again the next time in the future. Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going into the break for the conference, but again, would love to welcome you all in the next session for the second session of the talk in this conference. Now, I'll give back to our beautiful Master of Ceremony, Miss Yuyun. Thank you again for your participation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ifayanti, for leading the first session, and also thank you very much to all the invited speakers that has shown their opinion and expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, as the first session has finished, we are going to take a short break for 40 minutes. We are kindly asking Che. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat again, we are going to take a short break for 40 minutes. We are kindly ask all of you not to leave the Zoom meeting and come back on time at 1:20 p.m. Central Indonesia time. I will repeat myself again. Ladies and gentlemen, as the first session has finished, we are going to take a short break for 40 minutes, and we are kindly ask all of you not to leave the Zoom meeting and come back on time at 1:20 p.m. Central Indonesia time. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants, and invited speaker, before we start the second session today, the fourth FSSAT committee would like to hand a certificate of appreciation to one of our invited speakers today, Dr. Tony Liwang from Oil Plantation Fund Management Agency, Indonesia. The certificate will be handed directly by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Salengke. We invite Dr. Tony and Professor Salengke to take place in the front to hand and receive the certificate. Please face the camera so we could document it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now continuing our meeting to the second session, which will be led by Professor Insinyur Muhammad Arsyad, SPMSE, PhD, as the moderator. Before he lead this session, I will introduce him briefly. Professor Muhammad Arsyad is from Agribusiness Study Program, Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, in the field of expertise, agricultural, economic, and rural development. His bachelor degree is completed in Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, continuing to master degree in IPB University, Indonesia, and his PhD degree is completed in Ryukoku University in Kyoto, Japan. His experiences is he served as a Director of Publication Management Center, PMC of Hasanuddin University from 2018 to 2022, and he is also part of International Association of Agricultural Economic, IAAE, and ASEAN Society of Agricultural Economics, ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the second session, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Arsyad.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will have three invited speakers, and for the first one we will give to Dr. Didier Lesueur. He is from the Center the Cooperation International and Research Agronomic for the Development, France, which file of expertise is social microbiologist. He is from the University of Paris, France, and institution Alliance of Biodiversity International, Australia. And also he is working on consultative group on international agricultural research based in France. He is also working on Chinese Academy of Tropical Agricultural Sciences. Dr. Didier Lesueur has many experience both academically and also practitioner of his field. I will show you three selected experience which is more important for him. First one is CIT, Tropical Soil Biology and Fertility. This is based on in Nairobi, Kenya. It was 1996 to 2004. Second one is he had also experiences on Land Development Department, LDD, based in Bangkok. It was 2004 till 2010. And third one is he had also a good experience on Alliance of Biodiversity International, based in Hanoi. I think that's short biography of Dr. Didier Research. And for the participants, you may ask a question by Zoom chat with format. You can write your name and then ask the questions. For Dr. Didir, we have time 35 minutes, and we'll use 30 minutes for presentation, for your presentation, and 5 minutes for discussion. I think I should give time to Dr. Didir Lectures. Please, Dr. Didir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can I share my screen with everyone?
Yes, good.
Can you see my screen?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, very good. So, good afternoon for you, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be with you today. So, I'm very indebted to the organizer to give me the opportunity to share with you some ongoing activities we have been running in Vietnam for almost 2 years now. And I look forward to receiving your questions. So, I'm going to explain you what happened in the last decades in Vietnam, where people have been growing intensively coffee and black pepper, with huge negative consequences on soil health. So, and you will be why is it so important because of the economic value of both commodities for Vietnamese farmers and for the country. And on them, we try to figure out options, strategies to fight these soil-borne pests and diseases affecting both commodities. So I will explain you in terms of raising the pH, also trying to use commercial bioinoculants. And also we developed some molecular tools to see how we can quickly assess the population of soil-borne pests and diseases, because sometimes it's very helpful for diagnosis. So let's start by some general information about coffee in Vietnam. Vietnam is the second world producer of coffee after Brazil, but the first one producing coffee, Robusta coffee. And when people started getting problems with coffee, they gave up with coffee partially, and they started growing black pepper. So now that's why Vietnam is the first world producer. So the surfaces dedicated to both commodities are very huge. You can see on the slides, and it generates a lot of outcomes for the farmers and for the country. So just to complete a little bit what I was telling you, you can see that Vietnam is the largest exporter of black pepper. As you can see on one slide, in terms of Robusta coffee, Vietnam is the first one, and to make an assessment of the report. see that. And I look forward to get your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Didit, who already introduced a very important issue of coffee and black pepper, and showing how the strategy to sort out the problem, including increase the pH, potential pathogens, and healthy agriculture. Thank you very much. And we still have a few minutes for the question. If any participant going to give a question.
I think if you prefer asking your questions by email, don't hesitate to.
Sure. Yeah.
I will definitely answer.
Okay.
Other questions, I'm ready for.
Okay, Dr. Didit, but I have a small question. You have experienced how the economic impact of this disease.
Yes, as I told you, what I showed you is just part of the bigger project funded by the Australian Cooperation. So we are leading the work package 1 on soil health and soil-borne pests and diseases, and there is another one on the agronomical aspect. But there is another one which try to investigate the economic impact of soil-borne pests and diseases, and all the solutions such as applying biochar or liming or bioinoculants are economically possible for farmers. So yes, I don't have the results because I'm not involved in, but for sure some colleagues of me are working on such specific aspects.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Didit, for your very nice presentation and response to us. And the committee will give you certificate as appreciation of this talk.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much on behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Hasanuddin. Really say thank you to you, Dr. Didit, and see you next time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, we need, okay, thank you very much, and then I'll give to the master ceremony. Yeah. Okay, we are going to have next speakers. Dr. Anwar Sheikh. He's from Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services, United States. Thank you very much for Dr. Anwar for coming to the Hasanuddin University and give a speech. His field of expertise as plant pathology or virology. He finished a PhD degree the State University of New Jersey, United States, and Master Science also in the State University of New Jersey, USA, and BSc Agriculture University, Pakistan. Dr. Anwar has many experiences both in academic field and all practitioners. We have 3 selected experiences here. First one is United States Department of Agriculture. He was a former senior plant pathologist. He was also director of pre-clearance and of soil programs for Mexico and South America, and also Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, based in Rome, Italy, and USDA and it's based in Indonesia. And today we will have time 35 minutes, 30 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for the discussion. I give time to the Dr. Anwar, please.
Thank you. First of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And I'd like to say thank you to the University of Hassanuddin to inviting me and give me the opportunity to share some information. And my topic is going to be a little bit different than what previous presenters have been doing. I will be talking about what is the role of plant pathologist in protecting or safeguarding the food security and food safety, and also what is sustainable agriculture. Because we've been talking about this is the topic of this conference, but mostly people are talking about their research. But my presentation is not about a particular research on a particular crop, but rather what is food security and what is a sustainable agriculture, and how a plant pathologist, which by profession I'm a plant pathologist, can help to safeguard the food security and also sustainable agriculture. What is it? Why would need that more than earlier? Because now it is becoming very important. There are many factors which are forcing us to do this. And the number one factor, the food and population, they go hand in hand. And it's the population which is concerning me. And according to the United Nations, the world population on November 15 last year, 22, was recorded as 8 billion people. And about 12 years earlier, it was 7 billion people. And the 8th billion person was born in Philippines on the 15th of November, and 12 years before, the 7th billion people were born in Bangladesh, both time little girls. So the idea is, now with this population increase, the world population is projected to reach 9.8 billion by 2050. 2050 have been mentioned in previous some presentation, but it's much more important that when you get to 21, it's going to be 11.2 billion. So which means it's a big challenge to feed this type of population, which is increasing daily basis at a very, very high speed. So now, main concern is between now, earlier somebody mentioned 27 years, which is 2050, now it is 2023. Whatever we are producing now, we will need at least 50 to 60% more food to feed these people. And there are many, many things which are affecting this food production is becoming less and less, because there are climatic changes, there are diseases, there are insects. As a plant pathologist, I need to share with you what diseases alone cause damage to the crops. How much? It's not in millions, it's in billions. And you will see in a minute when I can request, have the first slide on the screen, not this one, one before that. Yes, that is the title of my presentation, Plant Pathologist's Role in Safeguarding Food Security and Agriculture and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics. Okay, tropics is an issue because Indonesia is a part of the tropics, and this high temperature, rain, heavy rain, what is going on last 3 years here, 3 days here, it is a tremendous effect on the population of many diseases and insect to increase and cause much more serious damage than in other developing countries. So as a result, we need to show the next slide, which you can see now. It is estimated that the diseases, insect and weeds jointly cause or destroy between 31% to 42% of our crops. Go back please, not this slide yet. Please let me tell you when to go next slide. And thank you. And all these crops are produced worldwide. So it depends on the country and the combination of diseases and insect where the loss of or destruction of food is 31 to 42%. When we are in 27 years, we need more than double or at least double what we have right now. So the losses are usually lower in the more developing countries and higher in the tropics and developing countries. And that's where these countries need food more than any other place, the most. Here is a table which is clearly the potential is to attainable production is 1.5 trillion worth the value of the crop, but there are many factors, global warming, environmental, many other changes, rain, floods, all these are affecting, but we almost lost 36.5% to the many other factors, and that's the actual production is not 1.5 trillion, it's 9.5 billion. Production without crop protection. Now we are using the crop protection by controlling insect and diseases. If we don't do that, then our loss will be even more, 455 billion. Actual annual losses to the world food crop production is about 5.5 billion, 550 billion. Now, the next column is the losses caused by diseases only. That is a 14.1%, and the value is $220 billion, US dollar. So if we are going to be losing to these now, imagine what's going to happen with all these changes coming up. So, but diseases are managed, controlled by a knowledge of a plant pathologist. Plant pathology is a science which teach or people get training what are the diseases, how to manage them, how to protect the crop to have more food available to the people so they have no food shortage or famine, as many stories are all over the world, many places people are starving, they don't have enough food in Africa. And that is also due to, next please, climate. Considering that 14.1% of the crops are lost to plant diseases alone, the total annual worldwide crop loss from plant diseases is about $220 billion just for the diseases. To these should be added another 6 to 12% losses of crops after harvest. Even if you have the crop harvested and suppose the rain come, You are growing wheat or corn or soybean, and your crop is ready to harvest, or you have already harvested it still in the field or in the storage even. There are many insects and diseases, they can go along in the storage also, these losses can also run up to 6 to 12%, and losses of crop after harvest, which are particularly high in developing and tropical country, where the storage, the facility, they don't have coolers or facility. Next, please. Now, this is a major thing you have observed 2 days ago. This was water, all the flood situation. Weather is major destruction of the crops. There was a flood in Pakistan about a few months back, tremendous amount, you can't even imagine how bad it was. 1/3 of the country was underwater. Imagine how many crops were there. They are gone. This picture shows you, because the land is not straight. Some areas are low, some areas high. Here this picture is showing the low area, all the crop which is under that, fewer, there is water even in those rows where you have few crop left. But imagine that weather in United States is the leading cause of crop losses in every year, every region, up to 85%. When other factor which could cause also economic factor responsible 10%, it's a politics and the moving of the crops, natural disasters, biotic factors and other causes less than 1%. Next, please. Now, this part which we have discussed so far, plant pathologists play a major role. And now, what is food security? We've been talking about, the title of this conference is, the first one is FS, stand for food security. Now, in 1996, the World Food Summit decided how to define food security. So my emphasis is to let the people know what is food security, what we're talking about. Earlier they mentioned the black pepper and coffee. The whole concern is the losses by the fungi, Phytophthora and other diseases. And fungi is not the whole group of fungi, even one fungus can cause a famine in the world. Potato late blight caused by one fungus, one species, and that fungus has more than 100 species. Phytophthora infestan, potato late blight, caused between 1 and 2 million people died in Ireland in 1845, and then 1 million migrate because of monoculture. Now I say monoculture mean when they were growing potato everywhere. And now I am going to use another term called polyculture, which I will in a minute explain what is that, and that's where sustainable agriculture comes in the picture. So based on 1996 World Summit, food security is defined when all people at all time have physical and economic access. They have enough money to buy sufficient and safe and nutritious food. Now this nutrition word is another important. There could be food, but it has to be nutritious, because there are food which are not of good quality. That called food safety. Many fungi, again, cause toxic factor peanut, alpha toxin, aspergillus. These are all fungi. They can cause such a serious damage. In Kenya, there are a lot of people died because of eating the contaminated food. I have at all time have physical and economic access to sufficient safe and nutrient food that meet their dietary need and food preferences on an active and for an active and healthy life. We need a nutritious and preferable, our dietary need, what we like to eat, not something we don't like, but only that is available. No. So, now for this food security, there are 4 components which are very important. You have it called 4 dimensions of food security. Those dimensions are very important because food security is not only just one word, it has many factors. First one is physical availability of food. Now, what is physical availability of food? It means food availability addresses the supply side of the food security and is determined by the level of food production, stock level and net trade. That's the physical availability. Then the next one is economic and physical access to food. Economic and physical access, the word is access to note. An adequate supply of food at national and international level does not in itself guarantee that every household will get the food, because there's a transportation. Food may be sitting somewhere, but roads are not there, buses are not there, or trucks are not there. So, economic and physical access to get to the food itself, availability of food does not guarantee that household level food security. Concerns about insufficient food access have resulted in greater policy focus on incomes, expenditures, markets, prices, and achieving the food security objective. And the food security objective I mentioned earlier, the objective is when all people at all time have physical and economic access to the sufficient food and nutritious food. So as a result, now next one come the food utilization. Now utilization is commonly understood as the way the body makes the most of the various nutrients in the food. So sufficient energy and nutrient intake by individual are the result of good care and feeding practices. Food preparation, diversity of the diet, there are protein, there are other vegetables and other fruits. It said intra-household distribution of the food. Within the household, everybody is getting enough food. That's combined with good biological utilization of food consumed. This determines the nutritional status of the individual. Are they getting nutritious food which will meet their physical development need? Now the last one is one of the 4 dimensions of the food security is the stability. Now what do you mean by stability of the other 3 dimensions over time? Stability means the 1, 2 and 3, the first 3 dimensions must be in strong position. Stability of the other 3 dimensions over time, even if your food intake is adequately today, you are still considered to be food insecure if you have inadequate access to the food on the other time, on period basis, risking or a deterioration of your nutritional status. Adverse weather condition, look what happened, how much food was lost. Political instability and economics factor, unemployment, rising food prices, inflation may have an impact on your food security status. So these 4 security objectives are realized and all 4 dimensions must be fulfilled simultaneously. This is the food security. And next please. Now, also, not in the certain places, but in United States, and even to accommodate or have this food security in place, the World Bank has a strategy developed. The World Bank Group works with partners different nations around the world and build food system that can feed everyone, everywhere, every day by improving food security. And you know the meaning of the food security already explained, promoting nutrition sensitive agriculture and improving food safety. The bank is a leading financier of food system. In a fiscal year 2022, this last year, there was $9.6 billion in new International Bank Reconstruction and Development and International Development Association commitments to agriculture and related sector to maintain this availability of strong food security system. Next one, and food, to secure the food, is a plant pathologist, which are the one when come to the diseases, they take control. Now, is sustainable agriculture. Now, what is sustainable agriculture? That's the other topic which is SA in this very conference. SA stands for sustainable agriculture, and its legal definition. How you can define a sustainable agriculture? The term sustainable agriculture was defined in 1977 by the USDA as an integrated system of plant and animal production practices having a situation-specific application that will, over long term, do what? Satisfy human food and fiber needs. Next, enhance the environmental quality and natural resources based upon which agriculture economy depends. Next, make the most efficient use of the non-renewable resources and on-farm resources and integrate where appropriate natural biological cycles are and their control. Then sustain the economic viability of the farm operation. This is very important, and under certain circumstances farmers need help, and there where the local governments and World Bank also help. Enhance the quality of life of the farmer, not to forget who is producing the food, and the society as a whole. And this is under a special code which is mentioned there, Title 7, Section 3103, 1997. Now, sustainable agriculture. What is sustainable agriculture? How you define it? Which means we have a limited land available and limited water available, but there are certain factors which are very important. Sustainable agriculture has many different forms, and I will explain few of them. Here is the explanation of few methods and practices of the sustainable agriculture. First one is crop rotation, to help to maintain the soil fertility. If you grow the legume crop like beans, or then grow rice, or grow soybean, and then grow corn, so because if you grow corn or rice, the land nutrients will be depleted, whereas soybean will have a natural resources to feed the soil, to give the nutrition back through a special system which legume plant roots have, agrobacterium, they give nitrogen back to the soil. So that's why crop rotation is very important, and embracing the diversity, different crops. Planting a variety of crops can have many benefits, including healthier soil and improved pest control. Also, as I mentioned earlier, pest control, late blight of potato. They were growing again and again, potato, and the disease slowly pick up and overpower and kill the more than million people, because they were all potato crop destroyed. There was no potatoes. And similarly, there is another example, a famine of East Bengal. The rice a disease came on rice and it is very famous, another famine. And similarly, these diseases also can affect the crop production. Sri Lanka, just an example, which was now is famous Ceylon tea. There was a time there was not even one tea plant in Ceylon. It was all coffee. Here come the coffee rust, the most devastating disease, one disease of coffee, one fungus. In 5 years, every single plant in Ceylon was infected with coffee rust. So they have to stop growing coffee because they cannot survive the plant, and now they change to tea. And these fungi are very host-specific, some are very wide host range, but coffee rust will not attack the tea plants. So now they are growing tea because of that reason. So they have the healthier soil and crop. Diversity practices include intercropping, growing a mixed crops in the same area, and complex multi-year crop rotations. Planting cover crops and perennial. Cover crops such as clover, rye or hairy vetch, different plants planted during off-season time when there is no crop, when the soil might otherwise be left barren, while the perennial crop keep the soil covered and maintain living roots in the ground year. This purpose happen is to these crops protect and build soil health by preventing erosion, replenish soil nutrient and keeping the weed in check. If you leave the land empty, weeds will grow, reducing the need for fertilizer and herbicide, reducing and eliminate tillage. If you using the tillage, that means opening the soil, that can help in erosion, whereas now they have techniques, it's a part of the sustainable agriculture where they don't tilt the method or very reduced tilt method, which involved inserting the seed directly into the soil under the soil bed, and that reduced erosion and health of the soil, which is very important. Next example, applying integrated pest management, controlling different ways to these pests, using different methods, growing resistant crops, using fertilizer to the limited amount, but using also chemicals, insecticide or pesticide. Then integrating livestock and crops, growing animal and separate than the crop, not adopting agroforestry. Now agroforestry means there's a forest but there's tall tree. Now what you're doing is you're putting a farm agroforestry, you're doing agriculture in the forest. There's an example of growing coffee under tall trees, growing shadow coffee treatment. It's a Guatemala, they grow under big trees, coffee plant. Or in Sri Lanka, they grow those crops. Even when I was working here last time, we call coconut-based farming system. Coconuts are very high, but you can go grow peanut, soybean, and other cash crops like garlic and some other tomato plants, and they will not grow too high, and you can have more income for the farmer. That's the agroforestry. Managing the whole system and landscape, sustainable farms treat uncultivated or less intensively cultivated area as an integral part of the farm. For example, natural vegetation along the streams or strips of prairies around the crop field can help control the erosion because land is very limited, reduce the nutrient runoff, so water is not going to run off if the land is empty or low land. The water will stay there and support the bees or other insect or the other pollinator and biodiversity in general. So in addition, there are other benefits of sustainable agriculture, building healthy soil. This is a summary of that. Building healthy soil and preventing erosion. Can I have next one, please? Oh, it's right there, it's already there. Okay, building healthy soil and preventing erosion, managing water wisely, minimizing air and water pollution, storing carbon and on farm, increasing resilience to extreme weather, promote biodiversity. This biodiversity is very, very important because many crops or plants are dying now. So, in conclusion, yeah, just hold on, I don't have next slide for the conclusion, but conclusion is the United Nations declared 2020 the International Year of Plant Health. All I am talking is good, healthy plants, preventing them from diseases. Also we talk about insect. As I mentioned earlier, just to share another part, that 14.1% is damage by $220 billion only by diseases. By insect is 10%. With the weeds, which people don't even think, is 12%. So jointly it goes about 30 to 40% loss, including weed, insect and diseases. So United Nations declared 2020 International Year of Plant Health. It is estimated food production will need to increase by 60% by 2025 to feed estimated 10 billion expected people on the earth. An increase in the production along with the reduction in the food loss due to pest and pathogen and food waste will be needed to meet this demand. So this is very, very important. And then due to crop pest and diseases, with the mean losses from 21% and could be 30% in wheat, and they're talking about United Nations has estimated the losses in the wheat 30.3%, in the rice 22.6%, and in the maize or corn 17.2%, in potato 21.4%, and 11 to 32% depending where, on the soybean. Some regions of the world, plant diseases also cause significant pre-harvest losses for small farmholder, up to 50% in bean and maize. So these are really very alarming figures, these losses. So plant diseases cause significant losses in food crop production that lead not only to the lower yield but also loss of specific diversity. That's the very important. Many plants are becoming extinct because they are dying. There are no protection. Mitigation cost or control measure, which cost more, like applying the fertilizer or the chemical and downstream. So it will affect, the whole thing will affect the human health also. Also, National Academy of Science of United States has also published a very ambitious agriculture research program to protect the food production for the future use. So, next please, I want to warn you there are many diseases. I can sit here and talk for hours in crops and diseases, but I'm not talking about those current diseases. I'm going to talk about emerging plant diseases and threatening the food security and sustainable agriculture worldwide. And this one disease called maize lethal necrosis disease. And this disease is a serious disease of maize. Maize is a #1 important crop to feed animal and human in the world, which from its first appearance in Kenya in 2011 in Africa, this disease has now found in many countries or East Africa where maize is grown. And I have put a picture where this disease is a combination of two diseases. One is called sugarcane mosaic virus, maize dwarf virus, but then the third one is maize necrotic chlorotic virus. When they are alone in the plant, there some damage. As you can see the picture on the left, there is one virus, it's a the sugarcane mosaic virus, and maize chlorotic mottle virus is in the second one, the middle one. But if both viruses get together in one plant, the yield is totally gone. You will see the next picture where it is showing. Now, the other disease which is not here, but I can assure you it is knocking the door of Indonesia. Any time you may get it. It's called wheat blast. Wheat blast is a new disease, it's an emerging disease, and it is, as you can see on the picture, next slide, when the plant, the tassel is healthy, it's all green, full of grains, but then disease come. Oh, no, go back. Thank you. The top area is the light, it means the disease has started and there are no grain in there. But when disease is very severe, the whole tassel of the wheat plant will become golden color, yellow color, and there will be no seed in it. It started in 1985 in Brazil, and it has covered the whole Brazil from 1985 until 202. And now this disease from South America has come to Bangladesh. Bangladesh is very clear, and look the next picture, the map. The whole South Africa is covered. In 2016, it caused so much damage. In 2016, wheat blast spread Bangladesh, which suffered a severe outbreak, and it has impacted around 15,000 hectares of land in 8 districts, reducing the yield up to 51%. Imagine, every grain is important for the food security, and here this one disease in one crop, which is make the bread, is damaged 51%. And it has been spreading now. Recently, 2018, there is a report in one country in Africa. So in conclusion, I am just saying is that please pay attention, watch your border, and get help from the plant pathologist, entomologist, and agronomist, plant breeder, because we need a resistant variety so disease don't affect. And I also at the same time I mentioned the climate change are affecting. Here I don't have on the slide, I have a picture here showing the corn. These are insects becoming very active because of this global warming and high temperature and the rain and all the environment. So thank you very much for the opportunity to give me a chance to present with you what is food security, what is sustainable agriculture, what is going on, what are emerging diseases which are not here but they are coming. And many diseases were not there in United States, but United States have it now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of this important information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Anwar. We have 3 questions here. First one coming from Mr. Zulkifli Basri, who is a teacher West Sulawesi University. Do you think intercropping farming system will help sustainable agriculture? And second one is coming from Mr. Yopi Brian. He is from Hasanuddin University. Dr. Anwar, thank you very much for your presentation. What are the best steps that can be taken by future generation so that agriculture can continue? Since we had starting to decrease because people in the current era consider agriculture not promising. This like aging farmers or aging society in the agriculture. And the third one is coming from Dr. Heni Setiawati. I think she is associate professor in the Universitas Muhammadiyah, Parepare. Do you have experience how to minimize water pollution in your country and how to deal with the effects of climate change on food security and sustainable agriculture? Dr. Anwar, please respond these 3 questions within 5 minutes.
Okay.
Please.
My request to you is, give me 1 question at a time. By the time you finish the 3rd question, I don't even remember what you said the first question. So 1 question at a time. Start 1 question. First, number 1.
Number 1 is,
slowly.
Yeah. Do you think intercropping farming system will help sustainable agriculture?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Answer is very simple. This cropping system, crop rotation and rotating different crop is very important, as I explained, to maintain the health of the soil and maintain the control on the pests and diseases. This is very important. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Second question.
Yeah, second question is, how can we deal with aging farmers or aging society in the agriculture?
The most important thing is to first you need to learn yourself from the education institutes. They have to produce the people like plant pathologists who have the knowledge, have the training, what are the diseases, how they damage the crop, how to manage to control them. Sometimes you have to change the planting time or harvest time also to reduce the impact of the diseases. And then the most important thing is extension service. Knowledge which you have gained in the campus, it should not stay there, it should go the actual user of the knowledge, which are the farmers. Farmers do not know what is going on. They don't know why their soybean crop or bean crop is showing these symptoms of mosaic. Only a person who has the knowledge of plant virology or plant virus diseases will be able to identify and tell him your crop has this. Also, there is another way of transmission, seeds. Certain diseases go through seed. Soybean mosaic virus, peanut mottle virus, and many other. The most important example I will give you, what you call chadang chadang. In English is called kadang kadang of coconut. You have heard it. I know that. Philippines, 1927. The President Marcos advertised $500,000 award to the world who can find out what is causing kadang kadang, slow dying of coconut disease. And that was a viroid, not a fungi, not a virus, not a bacteria, something new. The world does not even know there is a viroid until in the late 70s. And that's very important. Also how it spread, by seed, by embryo of the coconut or the pollen grain and the farm equipment. When they cut the husk, the disease, the viroid is there. Viroid is another new pathogen. But many people don't know even after so many years, more than 30 years when it was discovered. So this is very important to bring the knowledge where it need to be used to the farmers.
Okay.
That will help you to help them to and make the food security a real practical thing, to protect provide the security, the food you are producing, by knowing what is damaging is, what is causing these losses.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anwar.
Number 3.
The last one is, do you have experience how to minimize water pollution in your country?
In my country, okay, yeah. My country is wherever I sit. That's my country. Right now, Indonesia is my country. Yeah. Okay, I was born and raised in Pakistan.
All right.
I did my master there. I went to school and further education. I went to United States, but I didn't stay United States. I work in many countries: South America, North America, Middle East, Korea, many places. God took me. But the thing is, the water pollution, it is again the government need to help. Like right now the water pollution, what I saw 2 days ago, people are in the dirty, filthy water of rain up to their waistline. You have to have a proper drainage system. And that is each and every country, like in United States, okay, my country, I lived last 51 years in United States. They have a good drainage system. When the rain comes, they keep all the rain where the water is going to run. They don't leave all the trash on the road. What happens is, when the rain comes, trash goes where the water is supposed to go and run off and keep the ground dry. But they don't clean. So what will happen when the rain comes? The hole from where the water has to run off is all blocked with the trees, branches or leaves and all that, and it's all polluted. So that is a responsibility of the government, and very important, because this dirty water not only is pollution, it also affects the crops. In United States, in California, very serious bacteria from the water which they use from the drainage or sewer water to plant E. coli on the spinach. It was a big problem one year in California. So this is not an individual responsibility, it's the government responsibility of A country or B country or C country to make sure then the rain is coming. Like what happened 2 days ago when I was here, I could not get out because I was told nobody, campus is quiet. By Slanke told me it took him 3.5 hours to get to office. So that the solution is with the government. Each government has the responsibility to provide their people, their public, clean environment.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anwar. It's very
nice,
lively discussion. And of course, participants can contact directly to him if anything question. And on behalf of Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, I really appreciate for your coming to Hasanuddin. And we have a certificate of appreciation to you, Dr. Anwar Sheikh, for this invited speaker. Thank you very much.
That's very kind of you, but it was my pleasure. I did not give your certificate. That's very kindness of you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we move to the third speaker, who is Professor Hasil Sembiring. Professor Hasil Sembiring, he is coming from International Rice Research Institute Indonesia. I think Professor Sembiring will always help us here in Universitas Hasanuddin, not only for this conference, but before we had also another conference who is also contribute to this conference. His field of expertise as a hydrologist and land conservation. Professor Sembiring finished a PhD degree in Chiba University, Japan, 2005, and Master Science in the University of Agriculture Peshawar in Pakistan, and in BSc in the University of Agriculture in Pakistan. He has many experiences in the field of this one, and the University of Agriculture Pasar as a coordinator of seed science and technology department. And in 2015 until 2020, he was also additional director of endowment fund, and last the University of Agriculture Research Farms as a manager of crop production. This is a short biography of Professor Sembiring, and times I give to Professor Sembiring. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I think what you mentioned about my biodata is not the same with the one which is. Thank you, Emily. Thank you for inviting me to this conference, and I would like to share, and as requested, I would like to share what is ERI strategy in the climate change. Can you hear me?
We can help, please.
Okay. Can you hear? Can you see my slide?
Please, Prof. Yeah.
Okay. So is it okay now?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you again. So as requested, so I would like to share what is ERI climate change strategy that we have. So I'm going to say my outline will be rise and climate change, adaptation,
Mungkin.
context,
No problem. Yeah.
and then my closing remarks. As we know that rice is the world's most important staple food for almost 4 billion people. We learned recently when we import rice, everybody's Indonesia seems like chaos. Crop is produced by almost 144 million farm households and harvested from almost 200 million hectares. So it's a lot. Worldwide, rice production contributes about 10% of total greenhouse gas emissions, mainly because of methane. So, especially flooded rice environment account around 20% of the total global methane flux. This is significantly contributing to the climate change. And the climate change threatens rice production via the effect of higher temperatures and also more frequent drought and also more frequent droughts and floodings, as well as sea levels rise. 2/3 of total rice emissions are from paddy soil, especially methane. And high global warming potential, almost 28 more harmful than carbon dioxide, is priority for mitigation. Other greenhouse gas and N2O, mostly from the fertilization. So if we see the vicious cycles between emission of greenhouse gas from paddy and the effects of global warming on rice production, greenhouse gas increase the temperature and also will increase the sea level, and of course salinity, weather extreme, and finally it can also crop failure and hunger. So it's kind of like vicious cycle. So what is ERI climate change strategy? So ERI has, and especially as you know, that ERI is CGIAR. So now CGIAR lumps together, become one CGIAR. So there are at least three ERI's climate change strategy that contribute to the one CGIAR initiatives, including mitigation and transformation initiative for greenhouse gas reductions of agri-ecosystem related emission, we call it mitigate. And then the second is building systematic resilience, climate variability and extremes, we call it primer, and securing the food system of ASEAN Mega Delta for climate and livelihood resilience. So these are three one CGIAR initiative that ERI contribute. So the challenge is how then we mitigate the climate change through the reduce of greenhouse gas arising from the production of rice, and also how adopt rice ecosystem to the effect of climate change. In mitigation, globally, rice cultivation is the third largest source of non-CO2 greenhouse gas emission in agriculture, next to livestock and all croplands, mainly because of methane emission from the continuous flooded wetland industry. However, the relative mitigation potential for rice is much higher than livestock, cropland, and cropland. So this presents immense opportunity for reduction of methane and other greenhouse gas or channeling climate change funding to rural communities and smallholder rice farmers become important. So this is the emission from agriculture sectors is about 622 million ton carbon dioxide, and potential is about 225. So there's a huge potential that we can do in order to mitigate the greenhouse gas. So ERI has impact pathways of ERI climate change mitigation strategy. It is from control, influence, and interest. And it is from discovery what IRI strategy in terms of greenhouse gas for climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hasil Sembiring, for giving us climate change strategy by IRI. However, we have one question left here, Prof. Sembiring. How do you think the probable effect of climate change on food security and sustainable agriculture? Please respond, Professor Sembiring.
I think those salinity affects our or concretely reduce our rice production. So to answer your question in short, the climate change will affect our food security and sustainability. But for the future, as Indonesia commit for the zero carbon in 2050, we have to really handle this climate change, quickly and urgently, in order we can provide food and in sustainable way. So that's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sembiring, for this very nice discussion. And because of the time, we should close the discussion. And on behalf of Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, really appreciate for your availability and coming to this conference. And for this, we will give a certificate of appreciation to Professor Sembiring.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Professor Sembiring, for your chance to come up Hasanuddin University. Now we have actually the last speakers, but unfortunately we have an urgent situation for this session. So I will close this afternoon session by wrapping up session. First one, Dr. Didir remind us about a main issue of coffee and black pepper, and giving us a strategy to sort out the disease and pest problems toward healthy agriculture. Second one is, this is my critical note that Dr. Anwar already shared with us about intercropping farming system will help sustainable agriculture as an integrated system. And he emphasized that how the role of pathologists in maintaining food security and sustainable agriculture. And the third one is Professor Sembiring already emphasized how the possibility effect of climate change and food security and also sustainable agriculture and his mitigation. The last one from the Professor Sembiring, that critical issue is how to make adaptation strategy, especially for rice as a sustainable indicator system. This is my wrapping up session as a closing remark, and on behalf of the committee of International Conference of Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture, we'll say thank you for your participants coming to this conference. And I'll give the time to the master ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Arshad, for leading the second session. It is such a wonderful session that is sharing insightful knowledge from the invited speaker. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, excellencies, once again, welcome to the 4th International Conference of Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics 2023. It is very nice to see you all once again, and we hope that you have been enjoying yourself at the conference so far. We are very honored to have you with us here this afternoon for invited speaker and also for presenter and participant of the 4th FSSAT 2023. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a very productive and inspiring time together, and finally the first day has come to the end. I hope you find the presentation on the first day informative and inspiring. And once again, we would like to say our highest appreciation to our invited speakers who are willing to share their insightful research from various fields and expertise related to agriculture. Although it is unfortunate that we couldn't meet in person to attend this international conference in Makassar, Indonesia, hopefully one day we can get the chance to meet again, and at that time we could introduce all of you to the authentic food of Makassar, such as coto, kondro, and pisang hijau. Well, before closing the event, we would like to remind every participant to join the parallel session tomorrow morning, 5 minutes in advance, starting at 8 a.m. Central Indonesian Time. For tomorrow's session, we will be choosing the best presenter, so be ready and do your best. Lastly, we would like to say thank you very much. Terima kasih, merci, syukran. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you tomorrow morning for the second day of this conference in parallel session. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.